Hello, hello, everybody. I'm just waiting for a few people to come, everybody to come on. There's my Susie Q, Save the Kids, Niece, Stay at Home, Mom Detective, Lost Voices with Jackie. Good evening, everybody. Christy, how are you, my love? So, hi, Miss Tammy. Talene, hello, my darling. Yep, it's been a while. I had Amanda, how are you? Hello, hello, hello. We had someone in our family very ill with pneumonia and flu, and it literally almost took their life. So it's been very difficult. I've been in the ICU with my family, sitting day in and day out. So it's definitely been a long, long month, and it's been very difficult. But I'm back on. We're just taking one day at a time. We're just doing what we have to do as family should, and um, it's just been rough, and we're here, so let's make the best of tonight. Cynthia, let's see. See. Hi, loving my babies. There you are. Yeah, it's very it's been a very unhealthy winter. I had a nasty. I was sick with the flu. I still have remnants of a cough, which I've had now for well over a month. Which not sure what's going on out there. Like I said, the drone thing that went over, we had some strange going ons with that. So I'm not sure if that's not a paranoia thing. That's actually something, as a drone went over my house, there was a heavy chemical smell around my vehicle. And strangely, a lot of fog around it. And it was just a bunch of weird nonsense. But we're here, we're back. Um, I got the candle lit back there. Um, pay attention to that flame back there. The REM pod is on, the ghost ball is on as well. I'm going to do this from time to time, so try not to get annoyed with it. That's the remnants of what I have left. I kind of don't have a choice. So I definitely sucked being gone that long and sick, but my family is 100% important, so they have to come first. Okay, as you guys know, tonight is going to be Shell Bell from Australia is here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Miss April. This cough has lasted me literally since the day after Christmas. I had the flu for almost 15 days. It took forever to get rid of. This is just a remnants, like I said, of after the effect. And then I was sitting in the ICU for almost 3 weeks with family. A person in my family had to be vented. It was a very scary situation. It almost, we thought that at that time it wasn't going to be good, but the universe is great. Things work out when they're not supposed to in some weird way, and it worked out. So you're from Illinois, your first life, so excited. Good to have you here. I am going to shut this heater down if you'll excuse me because I'm getting warm. I have a little extra. I have a little heater on in here. It gets cold in my office space. We have heat, but I don't like it so overbearingly hot in here that I don't need it on that much. So tonight is open cases. Tonight we will be talking about one of the things I would like to talk about off the top is who has heard about, I've had several people send this to me, Richard Allen case, how Ron Logan, the man that's passed on from COVID, expressed his confession to inmates in prison in 2017. So Ron Logan, the girls did state he was the one that hurt them. Box cutter, I stated in the beginning, he did know, I believe I said the mother. Just the fact that we all know that he didn't do it. It's really an understatement to think that the prosecution knew this and they didn't bring it up. My heater just turned back on, guys, by itself. Here we go. Let it begin. Time out with Tish. Hello. So the fact that the prosecution knew this ahead of time and didn't put it out into evidence, the composite sketch, they didn't want to allow that. They didn't want to put in eyewitness testimony. They didn't want to do a lot of things in this case, which I thought, strange off the bat. But you guys also know when I do this work that I do not I do not allow myself to think for myself first, because when spirit tells me something, that's what I originally listened to. I do not listen to my own process in that way, because I think it's far more important to let them speak, let them get their story out, and things of that nature. I'm trying to think what else was there. He spoke about the weapon that he used to take their life, which, now mind you, nobody knew in the case until the case was made publicized in the news a few months ago about Abby and Libby, of how they were murdered. Their lives were taken. And hidden evidence the girls kept talking about. He spoke of burning his clothes because the evidence of their blood was on his clothes. Spoke about how I spoke about how Abby fought back, or Libby fought back, and it was just so many things added up. And this is why I tell people when I do these cases, if something doesn't come out to be the way it comes out here, it'll always come out in the end, and I don't worry about it. People can be wrong too. It's okay to be wrong. But at the same time, when spirit speaks to me, I give their story as they tell me. Whether it comes out in the news, whether it doesn't, that's all that matters to me, is that they got to tell their story. Excuse me. You know, and there was jurors that stated they knew he wasn't guilty. That was the issue for me. The judge, she should have been disbarred for keeping out main evidence. I think they just wanted to put someone in prison for it. They drove him mentally insane to where he would confess. As you all know, he was in solitary confinement for a year. A week in solitary confinement can send you absolutely crazy. He was on pills for mental illness. He had a mental breakdown numerous times. I mean, gosh, what would you do? I'm sure there was things in there they were feeding him. You know, you did this. You should really tell. And when you're under that kind of medication, you're being swayed to say things that it happens every day. So that was just one of the topics that I want to touch base with first, because when I had numerous people sending me that, you know, it enraged me, because this poor man is sitting in prison. He is not with his wife, his family, and it's really sad that this is actually happening. It's really insane. Ron Logan knew about the murder weapon. He knew how the girls were murdered. He would have had no knowledge of that in 2017 if he was the one, if he wasn't, there was no way he could know that. And I'm sorry, I just don't believe an inmate is lying on it. I think this was kept out on purpose from the prosecution because they say they couldn't trust the information. But it's actually documented that at that time, 2017. So why did they keep it out of the public? Why did they keep it out of the court? Because Ron Logan has passed away already, and they needed somebody to blame. They wanted a body in prison to say, yep, he's the one who did it. Sadly. Now, moving on. I want to get straight to points tonight. I want to get straight to casework tonight. I want to be being away so long, sitting in a hospital room with family. It's really hard to put your mind one way and be elsewhere at the same time. It was a lot of sitting, grueling hours, sitting there, hoping for the best. I was worried about Sebastian. Had anything come up about Sebastian? Because I'm in a ICU room with, heart monitors on. Not me myself, but a family member. And it was very tough to sit there. But I gave my energy. I gave my time. We sent healing energy to a family member in the hospital, and it was just that was my focus at the time. So no, that's fine. That's fine. And you guys were actually helping me keep my mind together because it was hard for me to do the same heartbreaking thing every day, which is sitting there and being with our family, and we're hoping for the best. And at that moment, it's normal. I heal differently than other people. I heal in quiet. I heal in solitude, or I have to get my mind off by cleaning, or coming home from the hospital. When I would come home from the hospital, I'd go right to cleaning, automatically tune into cleaning. It wasn't me complaining about it. It was me more or less, I need to do this, but it also relaxed me too. It doesn't surprise me with Sebastian's case. It's a circus. They're turning everything into be, I find it ironic that the chief of police there, or Craddock will come out and say, the only thing that they will say is, do not believe what's on YouTube, but you cannot come out on a live news conference and say, we haven't gotten any, you can only tell us we haven't gotten anything new. I don't understand how you could, where anybody on YouTube is keeping his name alive in the media, and all you're doing is shoving it under the rug. So, moving on. Yeah, it really does have to end. It really does. It's gotten to the point where it's you can't even help the child because they've made it so ugly and nasty, and just it's awful. It's no one should be proud of anything. I'm not proud of saying the things I say, and I own it. My heart is for Sebastian Rogers, and that's where I stayed on that. I do not break away from anything I've said. I do not break away from any words he has spoken to me. But I'm very vigilant on who I trust. I have so many people that message me on a daily basis about Sebastian Rogers, even though I know some of the ones behind it, like tonight on my lives. I will get an influx of certain things through Messenger, through subscribers, and then they're gone as soon as the live is over. That's just telling me more and more and more who's watching in the background. And then I always get, who has been in the background. They always let me know. And it's really sad. Just really sad. But what I do love is that Carter came out and said they never told Chris not to talk to the public. And yet here we are with no answer still, unfortunately. my heart is always going to be with Sebastian. I will never stop talking to him unless, like, I don't stop talking to Summer Wells. R. Taylor, hi. Hi, Sharon. Yeah, Tammy, it's really maddening that it's gotten to a level of stupidity. Um, but I frankly just, they want it to be a circus. So the the way his case is being looked at is shoved in the back. With all the drama that's there, people aren't going to look at the seriousness of anything, and that's the problem. So moving on. I want to stay on task. I don't want to get discombobulated from being tired or anything like that. I want to stay focused and on task tonight. Um, I am hearing the word one right now. The name Sherry. Hi, Lane. Yeah, basically, it's all a deflection of everything. You're right, Shell Bell. It definitely is. Um, you have two parents that will YouTube hop onto people's lives, but they will not give a live interview. They will not take lie detector tests. And let's be honest, the only lie detector test they did take, if they did take one, is for who? Sumner County, which we all know they have wonderful friends in Sumner County. I'm sorry, I believe that. I always will. If you're serious about anything, let's get it handled. Art Taylor, no worries. I've been there too the last month. That's why I haven't been on. No worries. This is always a channel that you always can come back to. I will always be on here when I can. Okay. Now, the name Sherry was just said. I'm not sure who that reference is for, but keep that in mind, okay? Hi, Jennifer. Taylor. Taylor, do you know a Sherry? Hi, Miss Jinjin. Um, is Sherry when you were young in school? I wonder if I don't know if you would be able to find out if that person is passed on or not. Um, I have a quick inside joke for one of my people on here, to my Allspark. I call her my Allspark. I heard that being mentioned to me, so I have to mention it. I call her my Allspark. That's what we call each other, actually. But Rick Rich. Hello, Vanessa. Nikki Marie. Hello. So yes, Allspark. Cindy, hello. So the names I'm getting are Sherry, Rick, or Rich. And Patty. Patty. This is all coming from my mail side tonight. So live readings are usually done in my members only, unless I do like a specific date for it. This is for only missing persons and or cases, such as Joyful Dolphin. Hello. My friends from school, all whom you just mentioned. Okay. So Patty, Rick, Rich, and Sherry are your friends from school, Taylor? My mother-in-law passed January 12th. She was 99. Wow. Now that is amazing. Excuse me, everybody. I'm just going to turn this off for a moment. Unless that sucker turns back on by itself, you know. Okay. I'm getting a bunch of random names. Random names. So I'm going to go back to our Taylor for a minute. We have a Tammy, we have a George, Patty, Rich, Rick, and Sherry. I finally figured out the TV chatter that I asked you about that I hear when I lay down. It's actually my grandfather. I started talking to him and the chatter went away. He constantly comes to me. You guys will hear some stuff in the background here. It's always like a static speaking when, or we just hear loud and clear voices, footsteps here. We all know what we go through here. Semper's mom, I'm Patty Sherry. Aline is my sister-in-law, died in March 24. We all went to school together. Tom. Okay. Is this for one person or is this for many people? Because I'm just getting random names here that are it's like I'm getting it from the same person. Tammy, George, Tom, Patty, Rich, Rick, Sherry. And Sherry was mentioned with Taylor. Yeah, class reunion, all right. I'd like to know if they are all passed on people, unless there's a message for them, but I'm getting it's more of I did this with somebody else on the live. Everybody I named was passed on that way. Park. Sadie and Park. Hi, Ash. I'm good. How about you? Patty was her best friend, still alive. Rick is her husband. Jen, I'm new here. Hello. Hi. It's good to have you. Jessica, I know a Patty. She's passed on. Let it begin. If you guys hear anything in the background, do a timestamp. If you notice anything out of the ordinary, I'm starting to hear like towards the doorway. I'm starting to hear almost like kind of like a door opening and closing, opening and closing. My dad passed, and his name is Richard. 6 years today. Okay. Okay. All right. I need to go start on a new page because I'm being told case file, which means I need to start speaking about cases. Case file. Okay. Today, right now, we're going to be starting case file work. anything that comes through, as you guys know, I always say, do your checking for me while I'm on here live with you. If you can, if you can't, that's okay. Case file Stephen. From where? Kind of like I'm getting a scenario here. Stephen, full, send, almost like someone sent him to the bank and he ended up going missing, or he ended up possibly his life being taken in that way. Hi, Tigger. Paul. Paul again. Nikki, you know. Can anybody see if there's somebody missing by the name of Stephen? Hold on one second. And the name I heard Stephen and Wayne. Wayne. Taylor says Richard is my cousin. I don't know if he's alive or not. Been searching for my cousin Paul. Okay. Tammy Penter. I see a Stephen Clark missing from a Saltburn Bank. Makes sense. Is there a Wayne in that at all anywhere? I also hear the word name Wayne. Well, this would be Stephen was my first. Shoot. Okay. Wayne is my cousin. He is passed. Lost Voices with Jackie. Stephen was my first husband. He went to get milk and never came home. I found him living with our babysitter. That is shitty on the highest level. Talk about one cold-hearted. Okay, so let's go with Stephen. Where did it go? I seek Stephen Clark. Because that sounds too close to what I would assume means that. From Salt. I have to go back and look because Miss Tammy sent it. Saltburn Bank. We can keep this written down in case anything else comes through for him. Yeah, wow. Like, what a piece of... Okay, Stephen Kocher. Tammy says he's been missing for 30 years now. Oh yeah, definitely Lost Voices with Jackie. It definitely I always say there is no such things as mistakes. He just so happened to lose out on a great thing. That's his fault. Art healer. Stephen is my brother. If there is time, who really unalived my sister in law, Mary? I'm getting two different stories. And why did they unalive her? Timestamp that, guys. His parents were arrested for his possible murder, but let out this year. Clove, 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 clove. Thank you, Susie. Hi, Rain Cloud. I'm all right. What about you? It kind of sounded like air being pushed against the door. Was on a walk with his mother. Weird. Um, I'm not sure if it gives a description of him or let me get back to Tammy on this. For Stephen, was there some sort of disability? Was it with his speech or with the way, he walked or something of that nature? Blue-eyed dumplings, hello. I'm sure you all just heard that. Anybody in the building? John Jake Morgan was 26 years old. Just sad. I know. It keeps doing that. It does that. It does that more towards like the room pot is on. So it's all on. So okay, we won't put that close. I don't want to set it off. Okay. Yes, Stephen Stowe. Yes, for sure. I need to ask because Tammy would know because I believe she looked up there is a Stephen Clark who went missing Saltburn Bank. That's why I got a Stephen also bank. So that would make a whole lot of sense. Also the name Mark. I don't know if it's Mark or as in Mark. on the body. Okay, right. We're not gonna we're not gonna hop in and out tonight, because this was supposed to be. Oh, Tammy says. Okay, okay, Tammy. I asked that, Tammy, because when you mentioned he went walking with his mom, I seen him with kind of like a. I don't want to say he was disabled, but it was almost like kind of like a limp, or like a leg would lift up and one would have to be come up a little shorter, if you get what I'm trying to say. Stephen had a disabled walk due to childhood accident. Makes perfect sense. Thank you for clearing that for me. One day, could you help with Brittany Woods? Yes, he would hip hike. He would hip with okay. That makes sense. So when you spoke about the walking, or when we spoke about walking with his mom, to me it was like it was almost like he was having a hard time doing it, but it was natural to him at the same time. So it wasn't something he really had to force himself to do, but it was just there. If that makes sense. Okay. Um and he's been missing all these years. You know what though? Tammy, I know you said it was from a childhood accident. Um but to me there's more to that. It's like I'm getting the sense of he would have a, I don't want to call it a disability, maybe something delayed, if that makes sense. Um, Delayed and disability are two things. It's not the same idea. Uh, hmm. It's kind of a feeling of um, mentally he was that age, but maybe he was a little younger in his mind, maybe, if that makes sense. Oh, I see what you're saying. I get it. I get it. Right. Tammy Penter is stating that Stephen had a road accident, so um, it could have given him a uh, traumatic brain injury, TBI, which would have stunted his capacity to grow forward mentally. Okay, I get it. Makes sense. Thank you for clearing that, because I couldn't get that. I couldn't get. Yes, it was the leg, but it was also, that's why I brought up both. It was more of a uh I'm getting the word push. And now, Tammy, you said he was never found, or he was found. I'm not sure I can't remember what you said. He's been missing, so he's never been found. Okay. Going back to your message up here, because I hear the word push. Okay. Stephen Clark. Stephen Clark. What information can you give me? Oh, where'd you go? Went to use the restroom while walking with mom and went missing. Um, Stephen, when we speak about showing me things, right? We were just in that way. I was communicating with your energy and you communicate. What I would like to know, sweetie, is in what way did anybody influence your? Oh, I don't even know if you can answer this, but I'll do my best. Um, to next to timestamp that to my right. Um, can you tell me on the day you went missing, Stephen, what exactly happened or who was involved in your disappearance? I don't know if you guys heard that, but um, it was definitely Tunox. Do you remember what happened? It's gonna be one of those nights, guys. Do you remember what happened to you, dear? Can you tell me who had involvement in your disappearance? He speaks about push like 3 times, but he also speaks about mom, blue car, too much. Also, the word speedway. Now, um, I do know there are places called speedway, like gas stations, but speedway could also be used as a word for highway as well. I can, Tammy, yes. Were your parents involved, honey? Were your mom or your dad involved? He's saying both, but kind of like they didn't want me. They didn't want me. I'm not sure. To me, that's like a I know you guys hear this. I'm just gonna ignore it. I'll just say timestamp and I won't even. He's speaking about both parents being involved, not just mom. But he also speaks about mom specifically, blue car, too much, speedway, cross. I think um I think we're talking about a highway here because the way he's referencing speedway, he speaks about cross as well. So that could also mean like crossing the highway in a blue car. I think this is what he's trying to tell me. Mom, blue car, too much, speedway, cross. 3 times push. Yes, they were both arrested and let out in September. Okay. Now push. What does push mean for you, dear? What does that mean, honey? Like, does it mean like they pushed you off something? Or do you understand what I'm asking you? Did mom and dad push you off something? I don't want to give him ideas, because then it's like, then I'm implementing the answer. I want him to tell me exactly what he's talking about. I never implement information. If you guys noticed, I never. That's why I'm very slow on the answers, because I feel like it's important not to do that. I don't know about that, Colleen, because I mean, wouldn't there have been proof of a body? Wouldn't there have been proof of what had happened? Do you understand? Like, um, I don't think that it was something that they did, push him in front of a car and then just left, because then there would have been in some way proof of that. Right now, what he's showing me is he's showing me at night a dark road. I'm supposed to look more to the left. There's trees. He's showing me like, but these trees have branches and leaves on them specifically. Um, they're very, to me, this isn't, wouldn't be a cold. If I see, I don't know where he's from, but there are leaves on the trees, which tells me the season is not of the cold season. Um, I pay attention to that because I feel like that's important when they show me that. Um, but to me, he's hidden. Um, they would have traveled through the night with him, and to me, it's like he would be on the left side of a road, and it's dark. It's really dark. This isn't some stretch of um because I don't see guardrails on the side of the road. So this is like some back road, wooded area. I don't see any street lights and I don't see guardrails like you would on a highway. Hi everybody. Okay. Well, that would still make sense to me because it doesn't have guardrails. It doesn't have street lights. To me, this is some wooded area. Um, and if I'm gonna be correct, they almost look like skinnier branch trees. They don't have big. They're not big, wide tree trunks. They are almost maybe birch trees. I'm not sure um, what type of trees grow in the UK. I'm sure there's birch trees there, but to me, I would single them out to be specifically birch trees. So if you see me turn my head, I won't give energy to what's trying to communicate with me in the background here, because I feel like it's a distraction to me all the time. They're trying to get my attention here. So I have to be careful, keep taking away my attention away from everything. If you notice, I stopped what I'm doing to look. So I'll just immediately say timestamp. It might get annoying because that's how much stuff is going on around me. And if you guys go back to this, or even while we're on here, you will hear things in the static. You will hear things in the background. So I'll just say timestamp because I'm trying not to take my attention away. Um, so let's get back to, let's stay on focus and point with Stephen here. Tammy, I'm not sure. You guys can do a study. I mean, to be honest, I'm sure birch trees are everywhere. Um, but to me, this is some back. If it's in the UK, it's not technically a back road. Their roads are just like that. The UK has a lot of open space. They don't have the things we have and in the traffic way with traffic lights and traffic, or the street lights or the guardrails. So to me, um, does Tammy, Edmund, I'm sure is a place that sounds familiar. Can anybody check what Edmund would be in the UK? But I do know that would be, is that a road or is that a place? Two places. Okay. Do you understand what I'm asking though, hon? Okay, so I'm going to be specific with you, okay? So is this a road that you would drive on? Or is this a place like a town or a district? Because I know people in the UK will call where they live sometimes districts. Susie says in UK, Speedway is a motorbike racetrack, dirt bikes. Thank you, Miss Julia. Tammy says Edmonton, England. I have Edmund. I mean, Edmund. Okay, it has about the same, I would say, wouldn't you? Don't you think, Tammy? I mean, I would say it's got the same almost. Edmund. You heard of it? You think it's a place in the UK though? He says two place. Yes, sounds very similar too. So maybe there is more something to it, and we just aren't aware of it. Because I mean, I'm not. It's near London. I'm not too understanding of the places in the UK. I just know there's, all these places, but I mean specifics. No, I don't. Broke what? Broke, sever, hurt. Can you explain something to me, sweetie? Um, you're talking about broke, sever, hurt. Are you talking about yourself? Are you talking about what they did to you? Can you explain that to me in full detail just so I can get your story out to the public? Detail, please. Please explain details to me. Timestamp. And if you've noticed, since I've been talking to him, I'm getting a lot of background noise to my left where I'm speaking to him. He's speaking broke, sever, hurt, mark, hand, details, Charles. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I've heard that name before. Oh, Tammy says Charles is his dad. What about Gibby? Gibby. Like to me, this is a nickname. This isn't a person's name. This would be a nickname for somebody. Gibby. Pay attention to the candle back there as well. The flame becomes really. Jessica said, oh, Charles is his father. I think because he's talking about break, broke, sever, hurt, mark, hand, detail, Charles, Gibby. I think they let me ask you more detail because I don't want to mention it and then give myself that leeway type thing. I need to add. When you say break and broken, Stephen, what do you mean by that? Where are you saying you, or are you saying they? Can you express to me what you mean in detail? Now, when I'm speaking to you, I hear a lot of movement around the side of the room, okay? And it's okay. You don't have to be nervous. You don't have to be worried. I'm just talking to you and I'm telling your story. You can just be relaxed and calm, okay? There's nothing you have to worry here for. Timestamp. Stephen, you're talking about broken and break. What is broken? Something just touched my shoulder. Okay, so Stephen, I have a rule, okay? And I don't mean I don't mean to hurt your feelings. I don't mean to make you feel upset, but I have a rule, okay? My rule is that we don't touch, okay? And I don't mean to be mean. And I know that it's okay. I just don't want to give you the wrong idea. It's just not okay to touch me physically, okay? Because when you do that, I can't speak with you long periods of time. I want to be able to speak with you and hear your story. So when you touch me, it's kind of like you come into my space and it's like some of my energy goes too quick, okay? I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to make you feel bad, okay? That's what I mean. I want to be able to have the ability to stay longer with you, okay? Okay. So I remember Tammy just saying something about the bathroom. He's talking about wet, having an accident. I don't think Gibby is a name. I think Gibby is a nickname. I think that this young man had an accident and it didn't, I think it enraged someone in that way because he's talking about having wet pants or something like wet clothing. But I hear pants of some sort. I didn't want to go. Stephen, when you say break and broken, what are you talking about? How did they break your arm? Do you know? Did they pull on you? What did they do to break your arm, honey? He's talking about sever again. My God. I know, it hurt a lot. He's talking about it was so much pain. It's kind of like showing me He's talking about dirt. It's kind of like showing me here's a road, here's the trees. I'm going to say left because he's showing me specifically the left side of the road. But it's almost like I don't want to say cliff. I want to say it's more of a drop. Like it's an immediate drop down, if that makes sense. I don't think he would have been I don't think he was buried in any way. I don't think he was placed in water, or I think they knew in the area where they were. I do believe it was an immediate drop, and um, I do believe they were, if they were walking along the bank and the beach. To me, I'm not going to say the beach because he doesn't show me the beach. He shows me a long stretch of, I don't want to say highway because there's not any um I don't see any like our roads are. We have the metal things on the side of the road. I don't see any street lights. To me, it's he's not by water. He's by because when I see him showing me this at night, I'm seeing a road, just a plain old road. I don't even see the lines in the middle of the road. I see what looks to be heavy wooded area to the left, and it's like he's showing me timestamp again. Uh, he's showing me like a cutoff, like it would be a cliff type area where I guess you could say if you drop down, it's like foliage in weeds, I guess you would call it. Oh, his arm was also broken in the accident. Okay, that would make sense of why. Uh, but he's also speaking about dirt. Okay. I wonder if they called her Gibby. I wish there was a way you guys could find out if she had a nickname. Gibby. They say they could never say that he even went for a walk with his mom. I'm getting, like I stated, roadway. I don't see any dotted lines through the road. To me, it's like an old road in the middle of nowhere where it's heavy wooded, and it's both on both sides. But he's showing me to the left side. He's pointing me to the left side of that road, and it's like a drop off a cliff into like just down in like there's this. You ever see places where it's just deep down in where it just leads to nowhere. It's just like a wooded area to where it got, if someone falls down there you wouldn't even know type thing. It's like a very strange, heavy wooded area as you drop down in. It's a grass, long trees, and then that area right there is you're not even going to know it's there if you don't know the area, if that makes sense. So they would have had to have known the area that they took him to. And they've been in jail and they were just getting out this year. But see, he's talking about his dad, Charles. Charles. Also, the blue car, mom. So that makes me wonder. Yep, I'm aware he was 23. But that's why I asked Tammy. It felt like his energy was um, when energy shows himself to me. Um, and I also see him almost like in a plaid like shirt, like a button up shirt for some reason. Um, not your typical shirt. But then again, the UK, back, they don't dress most of the time like us. But 30 years ago, it could have been more of a the way he dressed, the way he liked to dress himself. Caleb doesn't like long sleeve; he likes short sleeve. So I wonder if it was like a preference he had. I wonder if he wore. I wonder if there's a picture maybe somewhere of him in a plaid shirt. Because how I see him, it's not the plaid shirt that I see him going someplace in. It's just like the way he kind of showed himself to me in that way. That's a very detailed thing. Okay. Okay. We can move on to I don't know if I should ask him anything else though. Maybe we can look into the area he named Edmund. Oh no, I didn't, Susie. Hold on one second. Or Tammy, hold on one second. Give me one sec. Let me see. You have to switch over. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Now this would be where I'm assuming where he lived. My thought process would be in the back area. I want to know. We have to look up what Edmund or Edmonton would be in that area. What is mom's name, Stephen? What's mom's name? If you're still with me, what's mom's name? Who is Gibby? There's an Addie. He's talking about an Addie. Addie? And something with a D. Who's the name with the D? Mum. He calls her Mum. What's your mom's name? I know he's talking about a woman with a D. It almost sounds like he's saying, it almost sounds like he's saying like a Doris or a. Is it Doris or Denise or? I think he's saying. That's okay. Hold on, I get another message here. Okay. Hold on a minute, because that, Tammy, I wonder if that would make sense of why he said, hold on one second. I need to find this because he spoke about park. 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 And your direction is actually, if you understand what you've given me, Tammy, to look at, what's above the Edmonton Park? I wonder if there's any cliff-like places there, because, oh, and look, Tammy, also park down there. My finger is over here. Park, Tammy. So I'm wondering if that's why he mentioned your name. In that way, let me just write this down. Mom is Doris? Okay. I wonder, it's Doris. Okay. So then I wonder who Gibby or Sadie is, because he speaks of a Sadie too. I just need to see something. Lloyd Park. I want to write this down because I want to look this up and see if there's any cliff type places there. Like, I don't know if I could look that up, or if you guys could look that up and see if there's any cliff like places there. If you get what I'm trying to understand, see if you could find something on a map. Wetlands. There is also South Bank. The whole place is a cliff down to ocean. Okay. All right. Keep getting a name. Mark. The energy just shifted in the room. Okay. Give me a minute here. I need to see what this says. It's almost like it's like a little child. My ears just popped. Word name Lee. I don't know if it's a short for Leanne or Lee or timestamp. Okay, what we're not going to do is the energy switched up. Okay. I can feel you on my left side. But what I need you not to do is step into my energy field and not let me know who you are. I do not allow that. I know. So step back and make me aware of who you are. And if you do not have good intention, you cannot be here. It's definitely somebody that has a heart condition. You need to address before I mention anything. I do not like being put off guard. I need to know exactly the energy field around me at all times. Are we saying a name or are we saying something? Your passing occurred how? Your name. I asked you your name. Timestamp. I will not give you time here if you do not address your name. I'm hearing the name or word Carrie, first of all. But to me, I spelled Carrie as Carry, which means could be Carrie as a word, not a name. I also have drug overdose, drunk, and my heart is like kind of like so it's almost like a feeling of, I guess, what if someone was to be doing drugs, it would feel it would feel like, that in that sense. And the word Lee, L-E. So Lee. I don't know if I'm spelling it with that correct spelling. Does anybody here have a loved one that is passed on by the name of Lee that would have had a drug overdose, that he had a problem with alcohol? Hi, Wendy. How are you? Mark Williams. Thomas was a detective involved with his arrest of his parents. Oh, okay. Thomas was a detective involved with the arrest of his parents. Shelby, it sounds like your first husband. Well, I heard the name Lee, so to me that would be. But prior to that, it was almost like I had a little child coming into my energy field, and they seemed a little frightened, like they were scared, and it was an immediate energy switch, which I know when that happens, and I'm not made aware of who it is. Um, and they kind of like sit in the back. I don't like that. I don't find that ethical to do. Um, so if they do not give me the reason or the name, I will not interact. I don't know because I heard the word Lee. I will not say it was uh, your husband because I heard the word Lee. Who is your message for? If you want me to say it on here, you have to give me the name that you want on here. Is there a Carrie on here? Anybody by the name of Carrie? I don't see a Carrie on here. And if they are on here, they haven't mentioned it yet. I don't see a Carrie either. I have a sister named Carrie. Speaking about dose. I'm saying Lee because that's the first word I heard. Lee. Um, Shelby, I don't want to say that specifically yet. I just want to make sure we're under the same agreement that um, I do not communicate with anybody that will not give their full cooperation when I'm asking a name and who it's for. And instead of showing me the name, because I don't like the behind the scene feeling that I'm getting. It's like a very distant, like this person was very to himself. This is a male, very to himself. I see almost like a black leather jacket. He's pointing to his necklace. There was something on his neck, like I have my necklace on. It's almost like he's pointing to something on the neck. He's not showing me his face. I see from the neck down. It's like a black jacket or some sort like that. He doesn't seem to be, it's like he's staying behind some. It's like he's not wanting to give me, I don't know if he was socially awkward that way, or in a sense to where he's not wanting, right. And okay, I'm going to move on. Um, we're going to stop this. I'm going to cut ties with this energy right now. You need to step back. I do not give you any more permission to speak. Well, this is distinctive. I see a, like I said, black, like jacket. I swear I see fingernail paint on his hands. I see what looks to be somebody pointing to something on the neck. It's not a them, it's a person. Um, what do you mean, Tammy? What do you mean that I'm mentioning for Stephen? There's that damn Gibby name again. The name Mark again. It's been said several times so far. I did, Emily. I did. I don't like first of all, if you step forward for me, then the energy switched completely, and his energy field was very his energy field is very noticeable to me. It switched up very quickly. Um, I just wanted to make sure I was very stern in my setting. No, wasn't showing his face, and showing me his chest area with the type of necklace, and he spoke about a name Carrie. Uh, so not showing me his face could be um, that he was sociably awkward. He was more or less not big on interacting with people, which goes back to the drug use and alcohol use. Some people carry shame in that way. If they look away from me or won't show me their face, that's usually what it is. It's shame, overdose. Um, but at least be respectful enough to give me your name. I mean, he did say the word Lee, so he could have, but I don't like the energy that came off him because I felt like it just wasn't something. Um, it just didn't agree with my energy, and if I need to shut that down. Timestamp. Cassie says 13 years ago yesterday, my uncle Jamie had committed suicide, and he was on drugs, and he had a friend call my sister Carrie saying he was going to do it. Oh no, Tammy, I wasn't putting Lee with Steven. Gibby to me is a nickname. Not sure. Addie. I didn't say Addie, I said Sadie. Or did I say Addie? I might have said Addie, actually. I did say that. Um, Mark, I'm not sure. Mark is just being mentioned over and over again, but Lee is not that. Gibby, I do feel, is a nickname that somebody might have called the mother in some way. Um, he also wore a necklace as well. Okay. Um, I'm not going to give my notice to that. I'm just going to tell you guys timestamp. Um, he very very closed off. Like, um, if you step into my energy field and you want to communicate, and then you block me from seeing the full your full I just don't allow that. I think if you're going to communicate, you have to communicate in a way that is don't be destructive, don't be there's nothing to hide from me. And I could feel he was hiding things from me in that energy field he has. um, Not to be disrespectful, but it was very non-sociable. It was very closed off. Like, Susie Q says, I found Edmund's church in his hometown. Okay. Okay, so Sadie again is being said. Sadie, Sadie, Sadie. Tonight it is really busy. This is supposed to be an open live discussion about missing and um, people that have passed on, and it's like almost like it's turning out to be the opposite, if that makes sense. Hold on, I'm just checking my messages here. Thank you, Jen Jen. Okay, I see. Oh, okay, I see. That just doesn't make sense to me. I think it was more of, hmm. I think that's why he said that they didn't want him, Tammy. Um, it could have been in their mind too much to handle. You know, some people will take it out on children that way, even if he's not a child. He was 23 years old. But if he was stunted and mentally from progressing in life, they take that as a hardship, and maybe they handled it in a way that they thought. Um, to me, there's no excuse for that. But in the end, I do believe it was very uh, their form of release, which makes no sense to me. Um, Moving on to next, uh, a next, case file. Um, that one was, I don't know if I should say moving on to the next case file, or should you hear someone bring something up. I feel like that should be more, um, that's what I would like you guys to do. Uh, Open up that way. Well, April, that this is not an open live for that type of reading tonight. Um, this is more or less for missing cases. The my ex brother-in-law has missing for years now, and soon he has passed. It's heartbreaking to watch loved ones struggle, never knowing. You're welcome. Um, that's okay. Um, I will let you, somebody here, pick a case, because The Stephen one, it was just um, that I don't know why he came through the way he did, but it happens like that. Like a perfect example, right now, I'm just gonna write this name down. Who does it mean for? No, I'm not sure. Tyrell. A Tyrell. Okay, Cynthia, no problem. And that is definitely amazing. I'm happy for you. Um, a Tyrell. Is there somebody missing by the name of Tyrell? Angie Meeker went missing. She was 14-year-old in 1979. Did you get anything? Do you get anything? Here, there, everywhere. Sorry for those. Shannon Lee Collins. Looking for Tyrell. Okay. Also, he left arm was non-functional, so maybe they couldn't handle it. The parents were former police officers. That's even more disturbing to me. I'm sorry. Which makes them more knowing how to hide a person. Christy Joe Nichols. Okay, a lot of people here. Okay, so let's see who Tyrell is, and then I will go to um well, let me stop you right there, Rain Cloud. Okay, first of all. Was Angie Meeker the one that we did in one of my other lives and came through with one of the other girls and the person that hurt them actually came through? Because if that's the one, I won't do that one. Not sure, Susie. I hear the word Tyrell. So, um, see, missing boy William Tyrell. Um, Chrissy Jo Nichols, Shannon Collins. Um, okay. Brian Schaefer. Okay. Definitely a lot of people here. Okay, so I was just wondering if Tyrell Block. So anybody you're mentioning here, I don't know. I'm just giving you guys the understanding. I have no idea who these people are. But anything that comes to me, we will definitely profile it for sure. Barbara Cotton went missing 15 over 49 years ago. She's never been found. They were connected from what I heard. Australia since 2004, 3-year-old never found. So this is the Tyrell that I just stated, the William Tyrell. Brian Schaefer is great, and also Susan Powell. Okay, let me just basically sink my head into which one is gonna. Um, I'm trying to think here. Which one is gonna come to me? Okay, because I don't need to. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so if I'm gonna work on a case, I'm gonna just okay. I'm getting some different strange words here. Definitely was the William Tyrrell. Also Westminster Abbey. Also the word Cincinnati. Do you see where it's just hopping all over tonight? I gotta go back, Jen. I don't know what you're talking about. Hold on. Um, where's Shelby? I'm being told Shelby. Shelby, your name was just said from a female. I'm international tonight. April, I have in a sense of one of my lives. To me, I don't know if I want to touch and go back there again, but that was definitely the same one person. Let's just say he's already incarcerated. Tammy, I'm not sure who Brian Schaefer is. So, yes. Okay, hold on, Shelby. Yeah. Um, because your name was just said by a female, and I wanted to, I see up here you spoke about a Brian Schaefer, also a Susan Powell. So, I will, I suppose, whoever this Brian Schaefer is, let's work with Brian Schaefer. That's just Brian Schaefer. And I want to make sure I spell his name right because I literally will just channel from what I write by his name. And I want to make sure it's right. Julie, I'm not sure. We're gonna have William Tyrrell here and Brian Schaefer here. Whoever seems to come to me, I will work. I usually that's how I used to do missing cases. So I would write two names down, and whatever information I would get one for, that's the one I would automatically work with. So I'm gonna put William Tyrrell here. And Brian Schaefer on one side. I want to see who comes to me first, okay? I want you guys to give me a minute. I want to make sure okay. Okay, so just give me a few minutes and I want to see what comes through from what side. I basically this is how I cold read. I write a name on a piece of paper and I go from there. Information will start to trickle down to me, so to speak, like it's kind of like if the person's alive, I'll get barely next to nothing. If the person is passed on, it'll just the paper will start filling up. Okay, so I'm going to start with Brian Schaefer because I feel like that's the first thing I got about him. Something about walk out. Walk out. I will look one more time up at the messages, but then I'm going to start writing things down. So I might be quiet for a good 2 or 3 minutes. So just give me a few minutes. I will look up one more time and then I'm going to get down to seeing what comes through for him. Okay. Here, there, anywhere. Okay, it's good to have you, honey. Thank you guys. Okay, I'm gonna look down now, and if I just, I'm gonna start to channel his energy through cold reading, and just give me a few minutes. It's gonna be quiet, so do your thing on the other end. I will read to you whatever comes through on my end. So just give me a few minutes, okay? Um, um, hold on one second. I'm looking for something specific. Okay, so that was actually what I was looking for, Tammy. Um, walk out, talk. It's kind of like these are just some things. I'm not done yet. I want to um I want to get more specific with him. Um, to me, he has passed on because in just the few seconds I've been here with you guys, how long do you guys count before I started to write down? So to me, he's already passed because I have some of this already. Um, yes, Tammy. Yes. Now, well, hold on a second right there. What I'm doing is I'm picking up energy from his name. It's leading me to things that are going to give me like a story, a baseline, a profile, so to speak, of him. That's why I changed the name to this channel, Profile. So basically, it's giving me like a profile of him, like a place where I see him at, or things that was going on. It's kind of like seeing him in a movie almost. There's no voice, but I see him in like, it's almost like a TV screen sort of thing. So I'm going to read to you just what I have right now. So walk out. I put walk out, but walked out is what I see. Talk, let's go. It's like I think he was talking with somebody and he left on his own volition with somebody. But then I also got a fight. Um, as I'm seeing, to me, I see a clock, but it's pointed to a very specific time on the clock. So you have the clock, and you have the 10 and the 11 and the 12. Well, the big hand's on the 10 as if it's almost going to the 12, if that makes sense. I don't know why I'm being shown that specific way, but that's what I'm seeing right now. Shook hand with another person. Um, again, went. Give also remorse. The number 7, also the word gold. Now, gold, does that mean gold as in gold? It doesn't mean gold. It could also mean somebody might have thought he had an amount of money that they wanted to take. Someone behind him. I see someone behind him specifically. For whatever reason, he's standing behind him as he's talking to somebody in front of him. So it's kind of like, I don't think he knew the person was behind him, if that makes sense. Okay. Timestamp. That was a knock, loud and clear. Again, another knock. I know you guys can hear this because if I can hear it loud and clear, you guys can hear this. Okay. Crafts and Crimes. This would be a Brian Schaefer. Tammy states, yes, Emily, in my hometown, never knew if he walked away on his own or if he met with foul play. I do have that he walked away out. Thank you. Yes, yes, it is, Spark. Okay, so if you guys want to give me a few more minutes, I want to get into more of what I'm doing here. Just so I can see what else comes through at the moment. Meaning what? Can anybody reference what this might mean? Does this mean for him? I'm not sure yet because I'm getting something about car left somewhere. Car left somewhere. You heard it too? Okay. Can anybody validate what car left would mean? Like a vehicle maybe left behind, or they never found his vehicle. I'm not sure. Car left. Can you explain to me what car left means? Right now, I'm not working with anybody else right now. I'm focusing on Brian Schaefer. Okay, guys. Um, Tammy, can you validate about a car? Because I'm also getting after I've already read what I've read. The car left. Okay. Um, gotcha. Gotcha. Well, obviously he had to have left out of the bar. Um, my question is, but how did he walk out of a bar and he was never seen anywhere or on camera walking out of a building? This is the big mystery. Gotcha. I will ask that, Tammy. But at the same time, bars have blind spots all the time. That's it's really not a big mystery. It's how they portray it in the media. Security at bars, I suppose, are not that present as they make it seem. For the car, I asked about the car because um, it's almost like I'm seeing him. He says, let go, pass, hard, car left. So, car left as in left behind. Um, that's why I'm like, okay, did someone park his car somewhere and it's missing and just took him? That was my thought process. But then I had seen the word I saw backpack, go, drive down the road. I actually seen a road with the, like our roads here with the little yellow stripes down that in the middle to separate the lanes. Um, Pack and go, drive down the road. It was very clear in that what I just saw. Emily says last seen walking from bar and car never found. They have CCTV video of him leaving bar. His car was found parked by his apartment. Another person says, Emily, I don't think there is any footage of him leaving. I'm not aware of that, guys, so I won't say who's right or who's wrong. Um, I'm just getting you I'm just getting to understanding what is being said to me as I go through the energy reading. Now, as I'm doing this cold read, I'm going to keep going for a few minutes. And then at some point, I'm going to start trying to communicate with him, with you guys here. If you guys have questions, you may ask them to me, and I will ask them to him. Drive again. Sorry, my eye itches right now. Give me 1 second. Um, okay. Okay. You guys can ask questions, but don't detail them to where I know I don't want to be led with your questions. I want you to just be subtle, I guess, in your own way. Um, I'm going to tell you what else I got. To me, he was murdered. But he also left with somebody in that way, and I guess you could say he met with foul play in that way. Because I have the word uh, missed road turn, was supposed to turn left but lied. Man, also preference, hook, and trusted. Um, his car and belongings left at his apartment. Um, I'm not sure his preference in women or female or male preference. Doesn't matter to me. Um, but I am also, I think what I'm being shown here is, um, I think I'm being shown here, one of the men preferred males, if that makes sense. Um, it was like he trusted him to take him somewhere, but he took the wrong turn, the wrong road. He lied about turning some. He was supposed to turn left, but he didn't. He lied. Um, he speaks of a man also preference. When he talks about hook, I don't know if he means like a hookup thing, and he trusted. Does that mean that Brian was of the same, um, in the same way of liking a male? No. The person um, he trusted might have been into male, same preference. Shelby, yep, sounds right. Okay. I do believe there was more than one person because um, there was one man he was speaking to, and then there was a man in the back of him. But the man in the back of him seemed shorter, and he seemed taller than the man standing behind him. No, I'm not doing any private readings at the, right now. I'm doing missing persons. Um, private readings are done on the members' lives that I do. You can go check that out if you'd like. Unless I do, I usually do certain times of the year readings, a mass group reading. Um, unless something comes through strictly as a time. Um, he was murdered. To me, he knew who they were. To me, he trusted. It was somebody he trusted because he spoke to this person as if he knew them. Because as I'm why I'm looking this way is because I'm remembering the detail I'm being shown. Um, he's standing in front of this person, talking to this person. Um, to me, he knows the person in front of him, but he does not know the person in the back of him. Unless he was so trustworthy, he didn't feel. But to me, it just didn't seem like a good situation because the man standing behind him didn't seem like he was there to speak. We can get into all these questions in just a minute. I just want to give you what's coming through as I'm. That's what that we can do one of those questions. Yes. At the end of this live, I can give you information. Okay. Um, just so we don't lose track of what we're doing and keep on point and stay on point. Okay. Um, see, I would have spelt your name Brian differently. because I knew a lot of Brian's. Brian. That's how I would have spelled your name. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn this. So this is just from writing his name down, and you guys have um, validated about walking out or anything like that here. You've pretty much know what that means. Okay. What I read, he was last seen standing at front door of bar 2 a.m. talking to two unknown girls. He was with male friends earlier. So when I see him what looks to be in a parking lot, because I can see cars to it would be to the left of him. I see the male here and a male behind him. To me, I see no females around him. I see none. Um, to me, I wonder if this was, hey, can I get a ride home type of thing. But I'm just speculating on that part until we speak with him. I'm just giving you a theory that I have. Um, I wonder if he trusted this person so much, or he just thought he could trust this person that he would have given them a ride, and it just turned bad that way. But that's just my assumption. That's not anything that is set in stone until I speak with this gentleman. Can I ask if his name was Cliff? Um, I don't do that, Tammy. I let them give me names. Um, so it doesn't, it kind of influences, if I say Cliff, and if I say Cliff, it could just mean anything. So I want to make sure that I only speak what they tell me, and then we go from there. Okay. It's getting cold in here. My feet are starting to get that wet, damp cold. So give me 1 second. Sorry if this is loud. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, see, I would have spelt it that way too. So I will respell it and put it down that way. I don't know why I wrote that down. I said I would have spelled it that way. Okay, I just want to make sure that I don't miss any of your questions before I start asking you questions. Okay. Okay. Going to be speaking with a Brian Schaefer. Okay, and tonight is your night to tell us your story of what happened, how it happened, if you can give me names, if you can give me places, times, dates, if you can give me descriptions of people, uh, colors of cars, anything that will give me detail to help me help you, okay? Right now, the public is on this computer. I know you probably understand what a computer is. I'm very sure you do. Hold on, something just popped up on my screen here. Okay. I want to get as much detail on paper and on live here. This is a live screen. There are people up here watching that you can give us to have any information, because right now nobody knows what happened to you. Nobody knows where you are. Nobody knows anything at this point. The first words he's just spoken to me, maybe I need to be more compassionate. I please don't apologize. It's okay. You don't have to apologize to me. You see the difference in energy fields. He's more or less saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry anybody. There's a lot of people on here, Brian, that are looking for you. Anything that you can give us tonight, any names, anything, honey, that would help us help you, I would appreciate it. And I would appreciate you if you could give me anything that I can tell these people on here, okay? He said, this is sweet, but this gives me his, this tells me a lot about him. He stated, I'm sorry to worry anybody. I'm so tired. It's like he's been waiting this long for someone to listen to him. I'm going to start off with the first question. Susie, that makes sense with the 155, because as I stated, I seen the clock hand closer to that 12, if that makes sense. Let me just write or read here. Excuse me, I'm getting a little fuzzy in the head. If he was drinking, that could be the reason. Um, he was seen outside talking briefly to two women and saying goodbye, then moving off camera. The camera did not record him leaving shortly afterwards, when the ugly tuna saloon closed. Okay. 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 All right. I'm going to start off with Tammy's first question. Okay. But you have nothing to be sorry for, Brian. You have done nothing wrong. You didn't worry people. What I meant to say was I should have sounded and felt more compassionate to you. And I do apologize for that. I just meant, in general, people want to know what happened to you. They want to know if you are alive. They want to know if someone hurt you. Please excuse me sometimes. Sometimes I just want to help so much that I forget I could possibly lack empathy, and I'm sorry about that. I don't mean to do that. Um, you're stating you're tired and you really wanted to be heard. Well, guess what? Tonight is your night, and I'm really happy that I can talk with you, and so can these people here. Okay, you have people that are asking about you. Excuse me if I sound, um, I don't mean to say this. I don't know who you are, and they are bringing me to you. They are directing me to you. So I'm here to help you and let you tell your story, okay? I got to say this, Brian. How many drinks did you have? Did you have any drinks? Because I feel a little woozy. Kind of like I feel kind of like a tired, stunned, which a few minutes ago I was fine. So it's kind of like I had one too many. That's what it kind of feels like to me. So It was said that he was very drunk. Okay. It makes total sense because I feel kind of feel discombobulated. Okay. Um, so Shelby says that you are going to be a doctor, and that is a phenomenal thing to be able to help people from illness, to help them get the care that they need, to implement, you know, services for people. That is something very special, and I think you could have did so many good things for people. Um, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay, Ryan? And I want you to answer them for me as best as you can, okay? Um, and no, he is not drunk in the afterlife. So by me picking up the impression of how he felt here, that's the impression I'm getting from his energy, if that makes sense to you, okay? Okay. I have Tammy that wants to know, Brian, did you go home before you went missing? Pay attention to these questions, guys, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to write them down, but I'm not going to keep track of the questions that I'm asking with the answers, okay? As you can see, I'm just writing down the little lines. So this is the first question, so I obviously will remember that's the now, can I ask you one more time, okay? Because honestly, I'm feeling a little woozy, okay? Um, can you tell me if you made it home that night, on the night you went missing? Okay, okay, all right. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm really glad that you're telling me this. The one question that asking you though, right now, is did you make it home the night you left the bar? Did someone drive you home? Okay, I'm going to switch this here. Okay, Brian, thank you. So, your car, I believe I seen someone here say your car was parked. Um, okay, so I'm going to give you what I have so far. To me, this definitely doesn't sound good. Brian, when I tell you, I'm just repeating to people what you told me. Now, please don't get discouraged. I want you to keep talking. I want you to keep telling me everything that happened that night, okay? We'll start there, okay? The first question that I asked him if he made it home, he spoke about staggered, wallet, setup, the number two. Okay. Now that was the first question from Tammy Penter. Um, here's the question answer for you, Tammy. He's stating no, he didn't make it home, and then the word switch. Okay. So that's the answer that I'm getting from him right now. Just going down here. don't know, Shelby. I just, as soon as I started interacting with him, I felt very, I'm not confused. I'm a little bit, I feel stunned. Okay. So Brian had a fiance, um, or was getting ready to propose. Does he have a message for her? Exactly. Where did you exit the ugly tuna saloon? Okay. I'm going to re-ask that, Susie, because those are the answers that he gave me. And then I want to ask Tammy's other question. Exactly where did you? Okay. Well, he did answer that though. I asked him if he made it home because look, sorry, it's probably too close for you. No, didn't make it home. Switch. So I do believe he answered that. I would like to ask Tammy's other question. Um, where did you exit the? If I'm going to say this wrong, guys, I apologize. Am I saying it right? The tuna saluna. I hope I said that right. I don't want to confuse the poor guy. Um, okay, Brian, can you tell me where you exited from the building that you were in the bar? Ugly tuna saluna. Okay. Brian, can you tell me where you exited from the ugly tuna saluna? Please forgive me the way I say it. I feel like I'm saying it completely off. Um, are you sure? Because I will tell them. I just want to make sure that he's talking about a backdoor entrance. Also, he says he was really drunk. I don't know if he's trying. I don't know if he's trying to tell me like it's hard to remember type reference, but he's talking about backdoor drunk reference. But I can also hear like almost like there'd be a glass bottle on the ground and you accidentally kick it with your foot type thing. And you hear the clanking of it. That's what I hear right now. I can't even right now, Susie, with that name. It's crazy. So okay, let's do this question, okay, sweetie? When you left, you're talking about the back door, right? Now, when you say back door, it was kind of like he shows me himself like I guess you could say staggering a bit. Um but I swear he's around somebody because um it's like seeing him stagger, but there's almost like somebody to the left of him, but not that close to him, if that makes sense. Um, can you tell me who you left with out of the back door? keeps referencing feeling really drunk, really drunk, really drunk. But he's also referencing two people, two people, two people. Okay, now I know this is probably going to be a foolish sounding question, okay, but I'm going to ask this because I think it's important to ask you. And it probably is not going to be a question that you would think that anybody would ask you. So you know how you're feeling really discombobulated and I feel stunned, so I know you felt, because right now I feel like my chest is heavy and weighed down, and I feel like almost as if I can't think straight, but I know I want to speak. It could be somebody drugged him, to be honest. Um, to me, this doesn't feel like alcohol almost all the way. Um, but when you say two people, okay, and I hope don't take offense to this, but are you sure you were really seeing two people and not one? Because maybe you were so discombobulated and so stunned that it was maybe like seeing two people, but you only seen one. Does that make sense? He's saying two people for sure because he's telling me like one was talking and it was kind of like hearing him whisper in his ear and kind of like helping him fold his arm up. But there was somebody to the other side walking as well. So no, there was two people. There was two people. Okay. Okay. Tammy, did he leave the back door with the band? He speaks about two people. So when I had to ask that because when someone's either really out of it, they might see two people when it's really only one because they can't focus their eyesight. But he's talking about and showing me somebody like saying something in his ear. It's like you can't almost make it out because um, you ever see someone that is highly intoxicated and they're trying to make the person standing in front of them kind of like stay in one spot with their eyes. It's kind of like that with the voice. It was like the voice is like either echoey sounding but it was right there in his ear. I don't get they were women. I think they were men because that's what I've been picking up the whole time. I will go back to the next question. Um, what about the construction site? Okay, back door again. Um, I just heard the name Ron. I'm not sure where Ron plays into this, but let's keep going back to this. When I do this for hours at a time, my feet get solid freezing cold because the heat fluctuates to certain parts of my body. My feet are like ice right now. Um, okay. Okay, Brian, I have some more questions to ask you, okay? Um, the back door entrance led to a construction site. How did you get to your car? Who drove you? Did you drive? I gotcha. 1 second. Uh-huh. He's saying someone drove with him and the other person followed. That would make perfect sense. Thank you. Something about a key. Take. Who took your key? Are we saying Ron or Rob? I swear he's saying Ron. Ron. Yes, that's the switch. Okay, let's go back to. Okay. Okay, just so we're clear. Okay, Brian. The people that the person that drove you, okay, and the person that was following that your car, were they men? Were they women? Or were they both? He's speaking of men. Set up. Okay. Okay. The people that, okay, the person that drove you home, okay, the person that drove your car, did you know who the people were? Did you know the person driving in the car with you and the person behind you? He's saying that a name Steve, and he's talking about a name Ron. Ron and Steve. Ron and Steve. Okay. Did you put something into a woman's purse while in the bar? Again, I'll ask you, honey. Did you put anything into a woman's purse? I don't know if he's saying like someone dropped something or what does he I'm not sure if he's talking about somebody dropped something and he picked it up and put it in the purse. I don't know if he's referencing an earring or if he's referencing something. um I will get to your messages in just a minute, guys. I'm just writing stuff down. Oh, earring. Okay. um did he know Ron and Steve as friends? Okay. Brian, was Ron, the person Ron and Steve, did you know them as friends or did you just meet them at the bar? Okay, when you say trust, right? Does that mean you trusted them at the moment? Steve. You trusted Steve. Did you know Steve outside of the bar? Was he a friend of yours? My throat is starting to kind of like hurt right here. On my upper. He's talking about trust Steve. He trusted Steve. He trusted Steve. To me, this would be someone he knew, I guess. I mean, you meet Steve in a bar and you trust him. No, I feel like this would have been some person that he trusted prior to. My wrench, good evening. Um, okay. He wore a diamond earring. Don't know if there was two. Okay. Um, Let me get to the harder parts here. Um, Brian, can you tell me, that was my next question. Brian, can you tell me what happened that night after you left the bar? How did you succumb to your injuries? How did they take your life? I feel like you said this over here. I just want to make sure, but I don't think you did. You did say trusted over here too. Yeah. Now, did they do this, Brian, with um oh, okay. Wow. I am so so sorry. And I'm so sorry. I could cry right now. I am so sorry. They strangled him with a bag. He's telling me they strangled him in some way. But he shows me like um almost shows me like a bag over his head. That makes sense, Joyful, because he was talking about um he talked about like he tapped somebody's shoulder, tapped their arm, and then spoke about picking something up off the floor and something about a woman. Why, Brian, why did they take your life? Why did they hurt you? What was the motive? What did they need to hurt you for? He's speaking about staged again. I feel like he said that up here as well. Um, why did they? Oh, I get you. Okay, but how can they stage you to be? Um, it's almost like they wanted to stage as if he was missing, as if he just left and walked away, and he just didn't want that life anymore. Um, but he was really missing. Somebody really took his life, and I don't know if it was what way it was portrayed in the media or if it was portrayed in any way at all. But he's stating no, he was really missing, and he. When you say you wanted to leave, as in, what do you mean you wanted to leave? I gotcha. I wanted to leave. Point of no return. It was too late. I know he was a big guy, Susie, because in the vision, he was tall in the middle. The person in front just didn't seem as tall as he was, and the person in the back was way smaller than him. So I kind of figured his height was big. It made a whole lot of sense just to read that just now. Yes, rumor was that he left to Mexico to start a new life after his mother had just passed away. No, I don't believe that. Um, I wanted to leave, point of no return, but it was too late. Um, the police still say he's alive. He's not alive. He's not alive. No, he's not. Um, if you guys seen, if you guys seen things in cases, um, perfect example. Let's just go to any random case and state, oh, they can't find you. You must have went missing on your own volition. Let's be honest. How many cases have we heard that way? I don't speak to people that are alive. I'm sorry, I just don't. Like I stated, I will always give you my honest opinion. I can speak to people in a coma. I can speak to people that are hurt somewhere and that are still alive subconsciously. Um, but to speak to somebody that is fully passed on, I'm not going to get all this about them. It doesn't work that way for me. He was supposed to leave in the next morning on a vacation with his fiance. It all makes sense to me. Okay, let's get back to being on point here. So, Brian, I would really like to hear more from you. I would like to possibly get a location. I would like to possibly hear what these men look like. What is their age? Um, Steve. Yes, let's start with Steve. We could start with Steve. What does Steve look like? Okay, he's short, people. Okay, can you tell me his facial? Show me, instead of, do me a favor, sweetie. Instead of telling me what he looks like, show me what he looks like. Because it's always better for me to see the person's face. Show me his hands. What color are his eyes? I wanted to see his hands for a reason because I saw his hand and I needed to see it just in a better the shapes of his fingers. What color is his eyes? Yep, we're still talking about Steve. Yep. Now, did I write that correctly, that this piece here, right here, that would be called a cleft palate, right? Like a split in the skin that would have been fixed by surgical. Yeah, Steve. Oh, okay. Let me take that out then. Okay, so how did he get that? Oh, okay. Oh, is that what you meant by that? Okay. Okay. So let's start off with Steve. Profile of Steve. Okay. Steve is short. I assumed he had a cleft palate. I was wrong. He corrected me just now, which I thought was ironic because I see it as a cleft palate. Let's see. Oh my God, his dad was struck by lightning. Are you kidding me? Okay. Steve, okay, so I couldn't figure out what he meant by hook here. Okay. It's here somewhere. Oh, okay, you could see it. It's under my finger, hook, right? I couldn't figure out what that meant. I just thought hook meant I just don't know. I couldn't figure it out. He's talking about profiling Steve. Steve is short. I assumed he had a cleft palate. Like I said, I was corrected. He told me he has a scar here because a fishing hook got stuck and ripped his upper lip. Okay. Very, very, very detailed thing to do that. Okay. He has like I guess you could say salt and pepper hair like type thing. Um, he's on the smaller side. Um, he has calluses on the palm. He also spoke about carpenter work, as if he does carpenter work can mean what, guys? Um, blue eyes, and that's when he corrected me. I wrote it down. Scar. That's why I crossed that out. Cleft palate. Scar. Fishing hook. Is Steve still alive? Brian, is Steve still alive? I'm going to ask you one more time because I swear you just told me. Okay. Okay. We're going to go back to the hook. Okay. Is Steve alive or is Steve passed on? Steve is alive. But also, something about a boating accident. Steve also looks, his skin tone to his face. He is a white male. He is Caucasian. Um, but Steve, to me, looks almost tan like he's been in the sun a lot. His skin looks like it's really been exposed to the sun, if that makes sense. Okay. Um, he also talks about Steve was in a boating accident. Okay. Um, is there anything else that you want to detail and help me profile Stephen here? Is there anything else that you want to say here about Steve? What about his last name? Is he married? Who's his wife? Where does Steve live? Address. I need to look something up for her really quick. Okay, just give me one moment. I need to know where this place is he's referencing. I swear I've heard of this before. Okay, let's look again. Haha. Okay, first I'm going to show you something, okay? Remember when I told you guys Cincinnati earlier? Cincinnati? He just spoke of, I said, where does Steve live? He says Point Hollow, okay? Point Hollow. I hope not. My God, please don't get me all screwed up. Okay? Now, I need to know where this place is. Point Hollow. Okay. Point Hollow is in Cincinnati. One second. Okay. We have a Redbird Hollow trailhead. It's all wooded area. Remember those trees in that road and all that stuff I was speaking about earlier? Okay, let me go back. And Ohio, Columbus, Ohio is right there, off some ways. So, okay. 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 I'm going to ask them next. I'm going to ask him that next. Can you give me Steve's last name, Brian? It would really help us. One second, guys. I need. Okay, let me just give me one moment, please. I don't want to say something on here, and Wendy says there is a band named Hollow Point in Cincinnati. Band members' names are Brandon, Guitar Joe, Bass Steve, Drums Rob, Vocals Just found that on Google. Crazy. One minute. I need to do something here. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Just give me one moment. I don't want that. I am not going to say his last name on here. I am going to send that to somebody, and I'm going to send that to somebody to look up. I'm going to say, I'm going to say it starts with an A. That's what he's saying. It starts with an A. The last name of Steve. Very well could be Nick. But I mean, I don't know how many people have outside lives from playing in a band. Um, how many people do different professions? You know what I mean? Um, on my off hours here, I do nursing. Like I do wound care. I do patient things. So being in a band really doesn't matter. He could have outside other things. So we know Steve is short. I guess you could say salt and pepperish gray hair. I could be even seeing it in black and white, but to me, I don't see it in black and white. Um, to me, he's an older guy. Um, I assume he had a cleft palate, like I said. He has calluses on his hands here. Um, he spoke of carpentry, but um, it could just mean he uses his hands a lot and builds things and does things. He has blue eyes. The He's been in a boating accident. The scar I assumed was, like I said, cleft palate. It is not. It was a hook accident from fishing, and I also think that's why he brought up the boating accident. He also brings up Point Hollow. Also, the word meridian. I've already asked that, Tammy. They poured concrete behind the bar the next day. Okay, Brian. I would like to know something that might be really hard for you to talk about. Can you tell me where exactly that they placed you after they hurt you? Where did they speed to? So about they sped. Where did they speed to? Were you with them at that time when they were speeding? Um, Um, I swear he's telling me that they put him in a container of some sort, but I also hear water around him, because he's talking about splash, as if they dropped him in something and put him inside water, as if it would be. To me, I see someone on a boat, and I see them dropping something into the water. Splash. Talk about splash. What kind of? I don't know. Um, can you guys? What kind of shipping container? He's talking about shipping container. Now that could be any form of shipping container. Do you know what I mean? Because to me, um, Lane says the on Reddit the band was called Rock House, and Brian was friends with a guitar player. Um, Susie states, "Is he speaking of Meridian Apartments?" When you speak of shipping container, okay, um, can you show me what shipping container means? Like, can you show it to me instead of telling me what you're talking about? It'd be like I said, you did a great job with Steve. Can you help me and show me what you mean by shipping container? I thought so, Susie. That's why I'm asking that question. Because he's speaking about the color blue now. The color blue. He's talking about the color blue boat docks shipping container. Can you show me that container that you're referencing, dear? That would really be helpful. He's talking about shipping container blue boat dock, also fish. So would you be able to show that to me, and instead of telling me, show it to me? It's just easier for me to see. Okay. When you say crate, right? You say crate. What kind of crate are we talking about? Wooden, plastic? He's talking about he's he was trying to tell me there's something on the side of it written. Something on the side is written. This is all based around water because I almost hear like how do you say when a boat sounds off. You hear that like that loud noise they make, like at almost like at a dock or at a pier or something. I'm gonna look into that name. Okay. Are you in water, sweetie? Inside a container? Or are you the shipping crate? Is the shipping crate on the boat? Was it on the boat and discarded of? Let me not go into detail. Okay. Was the shipping crate, was it placed in water or was it someplace else? Because I can hear seagulls in the background. I can hear um where he went missing, would there be like a docking station where shipments come in and shipments come out of places like that? You know what I mean? Does that make sense to you guys? Well, Julia, don't forget I said Rob or Ron earlier. It's right here. I wrote it down for that purpose. Um, but Steve was loud and clear. So yeah, that's why I put Rob or Ron. But I mean, to me, it's like a, a docking area where they would bring in shipments of some sort. Because it's like I can hear the loud noises of the, I guess you could say, boats that ship things out, if that makes sense. Like a port, like a port where things are brought in and brought out. Tammy says Olentangy River, Alum Creek. Okay, so Brian, when we're talking about this, okay, we're talking about shipping crate, dock, port. Timestamp that loud and clear male's voice. I can hear two men having a conversation right now as we speak. These are disembodied voices. These are spirits that have, like I said, when I hear that, that tells me they have not crossed over. I could hear people speaking. Okay. Thank you, Susie. Okay, I can. Is it lake or Ohio River? I'm going to ask all these questions, okay? Um, it gave me this sense of him when he stated in the beginning, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry anybody. I'm just so tired. I've been waiting for someone to listen to me." That usually states to me that he has worry. You don't have worry over there. You only want to tell people you're sorry. So right now it tells me he might just have stuck behind to have someone listen to him. Okay. Mhm. All right, let's go up to these. Okay. Tammy. Okay, Emily. I want to go down to these questions. Okay. Brian, what do you mean? Um, this is just a detail he's showing me. He's showing me that the man smoked cheap cigarettes. They weren't like a name brand cigarette. And he's showing me packing the cigarette pack. Like people pack cigarettes before they open them. And he's showing me this man packing cigarettes before opening them. Brian, was this man a cargo worker for a dock place, like docking supplies? He says no, but it's like he would carry. I feel like he could be because I get the feeling that he works around those kind of places, but he might not work on the dock. Tammy, um, Olentangy River. Is it a lake or is it a Ohio River? I swear he's showing me like a docking place where ships will come in and out all day, all day, all day, all day, all day. Okay. Let me go up here to ask the next question. Brian, did Steve take a polygraph in your disappearance? Was Steve one of the people that took a polygraph? Um, it's kind of like saying he had his inner circle, right? Steve was on the outside of the circle, but he still trusted Steve. That tells me to me, Steve must have been someone he might have ran into a lot around the neighborhood in some way, and um, it's strange the vibe I'm getting right now because I'm going back to that unbalanced feeling. I can hear this guy talking in my ear like something. Um, Point taken, Tammy. To me, that would have to be ships coming in or out. Um, I don't think Steve had a polygraph because I don't think that they're aware of a Steve on the inside of a circle, like on your main friends. You know what I mean? But he saw Steve as someone he could trust. That's why he spoke about you can trust Steve, you can trust Steve. And then it came to who you couldn't trust Steve. So that means Steve had a lesser paying job. He might have looked at Brian as an opportunity to steal money from him. He didn't realize it would turn out the way it did, unless he did and had a plan. Well, he spoke of a setup, so I do believe it was a setup. Um, it could have been his circumstances just didn't fit his lifestyle. He could have been a gambler, something of that nature. But I do think Tammy's right, though. Tammy's aware of the places where that is. I don't think it was what he was trusting Steve to do. I think he was trusting Steve as, oh, it's Steve. He's at the bar. And it was like a feeling of um, he just could be trusted. So if Steve said, hey, let me walk you outside, let me take you home, maybe it wasn't he could never trust Steve. It was just an opportunity for Steve to get whatever he wanted from him. I do believe Steve came from lesser circumstances and he saw him being drunk as an opportunity to take advantage and take whatever he wanted. What do you mean by that? Um, I don't want to make this assumption. Um, uh, I'm not sure if Brian, are you telling me that you smoked um, marijuana and Steve was your trusted friend to? I'm not sure what you mean by that because he calls it pot. He doesn't call it marijuana. He calls it pot. It was said that he did smoke pot. Okay. Okay. So are you saying that Steve would have been the person to get it for you or bring it to you? Why do you keep referencing arm, 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 arm? So where did Steve and the other man place you? I know we spoke about this a little bit ago, but which one? And where did I mean, how would that go, guys? Can you explain to me more about a port where they ship things out? Um, so he's talking about the port again. talking about sent out. Um, oh, that's what you're talking about. I got ya. Pot dealer arm. So I think he's speaking of like maybe a tattoo or something. Um, you would think on a port, right, where you're getting things sent out, wouldn't there have to be some kind of check of the items that are there? I mean, just like, wouldn't there be some sort of knowledge of what is being shipped? I would assume. Can you tell me the port name, the port dock, whatever it is that you can tell me about the place that you're talking about? You guys are going to hear, most likely, if you put headphones on, timestamp this. It is, I'm going to do it for you. It is 11:21. You're going to hear something in the background. It sounds people talking. Looks this up, please. I gotta, before I mention anything on here, um, port. Okay, can you repeat that to me again? Just because I want to put it here right, and I want to make sure I give the correct answer here. Because I want people to look for it just like me, but I want to make sure I hear you correctly. Hmm. It's almost like he's saying like a port, almost like a Port Zane or something with, but I just looked it up on Google. I don't see anything like that. Right, Julia. That's what I'm asking. Like, I don't think it would be a thing about preserving it. I think it would be hidden in something along the way. Um, that's what I mean. Don't they do like checks of whatever product is there? He has to present when my son picks up vehicles from the port, he has to present the paperwork which looks like an invoice for each. Okay. What city is the port located in? Mm-hmm. I understand you're talking about ship. Or okay, am I saying it wrong? Because am I maybe I'm referencing this wrong. Let's do this. Um okay. That's what I'm wondering because it just I always thought if something is in a shipping crate, right? Doesn't it have to be opened and checked, or does it not, or it just has to be um what if he's referencing like sailboats, port sailboat ship where people dock their sailboats? Because I just saw a sailboat and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm saying it wrong. Maybe I'm thinking he's meaning a dock, a port, when people dock and port their sailboats. because he just showed me a sailboat. Where would that be specifically? Because even if it's a shipping crate, right? It would make sense. Shelby, probably along Ohio River. Okay, where does this go to? Okay, let me just. Okay. Where are you? Just give me a minute, guys. I'm looking at something really quick. I just want to see if something comes through on that part. I just want to. Okay, I need to go back up for a minute. Where are you located? Back there. So I hear Armstrong specifically, okay? Look Armstrong up, okay? And tell me where you see that is. I'm looking at it in Florida, okay? But I'm not sure if I'm picking it up the right. Let's see, where are you located? This is something different. Terminal. Water. Where are you? Okay, Tammy. He's speaking about Armstrong, but Armstrong there's many places by that name here. This could mean like there's an Armstrong terminal, there's an Armstrong World Industries, Armstrong Eddy Park, Armstrong Marine Services, Armstrong Nautical. That's in Florida. Supply chain. Let's see what you are. Where are you? That's Texas. Company. Warehouse. There's apartments with Armstrong. So I'm not sure, Tammy. When you say Armstrong, is that something that's on The container, or is it the name of the place you're talking about? I swear he's talking about like a blue plastic container thing, like shipping container. Are we talking about a place that brings supplies in? Or are we talking about where boats dock, like sailboats, marina? Because I hear the seagulls, I hear the loud horn of the, um, I guess you would call it boats going by, but those usually are. There's a Zanesville, Ohio. Okay. Well, that's what I mean. It just doesn't, it wouldn't add up to me if it was a port, because there has to be prior knowledge of going in. You have to have you have to have signatures or something to that nature. And then when he showed me a sailboat, I'm assuming he's meaning a sailboat dock, port where they port their boats at the docking stations to dock their boats so they can sit there. Again, he's going back to ship. What kind of ship though? Um, I know this probably sounds foolish, but I've heard this before. He's talking about a schooner ship. What's a schooner ship? No, you're fine. A schooner ship. Isn't that a schooner ship? Yes. Okay. He's talking about sailboats, people, because this is what he just referenced to me, so I can get the confusion. Okay. A sailing ship with two or more masts, typically okay, smaller and okay, okay, because this is what I just pulled up for schooner. It's like a sailboat. That's basically what it is. It's a bigger. It would look like this. Okay, Tammy. Okay. I was gonna say because a port doesn't make sense to me, but I mean I can see other things, like, you know what I mean? Okay, let me look up what you're talking about. Maybe I can get something from the picture. Creek. Water. Boat. And I know I hear you on schooner. Let's talk about schooner. Okay. Huh? Okay. I'm not saying that right. Okay. Let's talk about schooner and tip. Schooner and tip. What about alum? Let's see. Alum Creek. Talk about the word roll. I think he's in some sort of um when you talk about roll, okay, you can't do that with a shipping crate, even if it was a smaller one. It would be too hard. I suppose it would bust open. Um, I swear he's in a blue container, like a blue. Um, okay. Where here though? Patricia states, when my daughter was in veterinarian school years ago, I sent her supplies. She couldn't get a company in Ohio used plastic shipping barrel. I can't remember the name. Okay. Brian, what can you tell me about the shipping container? You said it was blue. What shape is it? When you say round, physically round, or do you mean round at the top? I want you to give me as many specific detail as possible. It would really help. Why are you labeling it as barrel one? When you say shipping crate, or is it a barrel? Is it a barrel? I think he's trying to say that the shipping crate is the barrel because he references as blue. The only way that you can say something is a shipping crate is it has to fit the size of the actual person, so to speak. Blue barrels would be a big barrel, I'm assuming. And being shoved down in there is not going to be hard. And they can, or Emily says they can fit on the sailboat. Okay. Steve again. He's going back to Steve and Doc again. I guess you could call it that, yes. But he's also saying barrel 1. Like it's like there's a, it's like numerologically numbered. The barrel used was waist high and had a lid that sealed tight. It was shipped by boat. Give me a second. I have to just look at this. So when you see this map, okay, Brian, I want you to look at this because Tammy just sent me something, okay? Tammy, what would be in Hillard? What would be in Hillard, Tammy? You still there, but what about areas that would connect to the water for like docking or anything? Is there something that connects to Hillard water wise? Let's see, Hillard docking maybe? But is that Hillard? Yeah, okay. Okay, link. We'll have to ask him. We have 15 minutes left of this live. Oh, where'd this? Okay. I didn't touch anything over here. My screen just went blank. Did they leave DNA on the barrel? Hillard, I used to live. Businesses, etc. Okay. There's nothing connecting like someplace, or do you have to go completely just to a lung? You know what I mean? Is there any space like docking, small docking areas where you can dock a boat, or do you have to go to a lung? I'm assuming so because he said it like as in barrel one. It makes me wonder, honestly, if he was put somewhere in a shipping barrel like that, and he's actually sitting somewhere. But I hear water. I see splashing of water. Um, Meridian. What are we talking about Meridian again? Hmm. He's got me want to look up every single thing he's saying to me. Um, where are you? Back to Florida. You know what's funny? I I've looked up two places he's mentioned, two places, and each time I found them in Florida. Both places that are completely different names in Florida. You know what? I wonder if he's docked on a boat somewhere. I wonder if he's on a boat somewhere that has not been used or put on a place where the boat has not went into the water or something of that nature. No, you don't see it. That's why I was asking you because you would know. Okay. Well, we got some answers for him tonight. My question is, we need to ask who Steve is. Um, was Steve someone at the bar that night, as in he worked there, or was it someone that he ran into at the bar, as in they followed him there? All of these questions need answering because he referenced a Ron or a Rob, but I'm pretty sure it was Ron first. And then Steve was the main character he spoke about the whole entire night. Maybe, Ginger, I'm not. Okay. Is Meridian Brian a place or a company? Which one? Let me just look up something quick because I honestly think let's see something here. I need to ask something just because. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Okay, I wanted to because he kept mentioning the meridian. I needed to make sure he wasn't referencing a certain area, a certain state. You know what I mean? Things like that. Meridian is a town in Ohio that I can see. Okay, but then again, Meridian Waste, a town in Ohio is named that. Brian, before we end this, I would like you to please do me one last favor, my friend, okay? When you speak of meridian, is that a is that a is that a business or is that a town? What would that have to do with you? You said town and place. So meridian is he's saying a town, and I asked him if it was a business or a town. That were and why would you reference it to me? He said the word place. So we need to ask about meridian. Um, no, he's just talking about a place. Let's see. I know there is. Let's see. Businesses. Meridian. I see a bunch of businesses with that name. I see a bunch of businesses with that name. Airport, harbor, boat, and RV storage. I'm going to assume, and we can pick this up again on my next live and see where we go with it, but I want to make sure we have enough time for several cases at once, and we did I think two tonight. Um I think we need to look more into this because he's speaking about sailboats, and showing me that we assumed he was speaking about a port of like supplies in, supplies out, because that's what I was assuming a port was. No, that's why he showed me specifically the big sailboat, and then he talked about a schooner boat. So, ay, 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 what a day. Okay, my guys, I'm going to be closing this live down in 5 minutes. Is there anything that you want to go over in the 5 minutes that I mean, there's a lot here. There's a lot here. I mean, there's a page, there's 2 pages. There's 2.5 pages. So, yes, he is passed on. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, and Tammy, if you want, I can send this specifically to you because maybe you might understand more because you said you're from there. I would assume that being told again, schooner. I think we're on the right track here. I think we were a little bit off on the understanding of docking and the port thing. That's my thing. I think that's the one thing that too much time was taking up trying to decipher that. Yeah, definitely. And I do believe Steve had everything to do with his disappearance and his murder. That is not something that is a misunderstanding. He even showed me the bag over the head. He talked about strangulation and then the bag over the head. That's what strangled him. It held him tight. Julia, I'm not going to keep going with questions because then it's going to lead into after and I have to stay on a time limit. Do you guys have any other questions tonight, or do you feel alive for members is going to be what's today, Wednesday? It will have to be it's going to be next Tuesday for those members. For that, Susie, I am going to do so in my own way. I don't need to be on camera for that. I think he has a lot of guilt because I think he feels it's his fault that his wife worried for him. Um, he apologized immediately to me because I guess I should have worded it differently. I told him a lot of people are worried for you, trying to help find you. And I shouldn't have stated that automatically. I should have stated in a different way because he apologized immediately. Um, we can work with him our next live. I would prefer to try to get more, but um, to give more energy tonight isn't just it's not in me tonight to do more energy. Um, and the feel of grogginess that he feels, it's overtaking. It's very stunning. You're welcome. I tried to stay on point and task tonight instead of going off and I know I don't think I can shut the chat off mid session. That's why I tell you guys sometimes I won't read the questions or I won't look at the camera. It's very hard not to do both, because you guys have a lot of very valid points, a lot of questions. Um, Definitely, Emily. Well, thank you, Kendra. Um, I do want to get a members live done with my members. That's specifically only, to try to give people, more private one-to-one readings. We can talk casework, but I would rather try to, communicate with loved ones that have passed on for others. Um, I want to do. I want to do a live towards Valentine's Day. I thought of it this year as um, something for, and it doesn't have to just be for spouses that have passed on. It could be for family. It could be for all. But to me, it's for a day of hopefully having a spouse come through on Valentine's Day, um, a mother remembering their child, or something to that nature. Thank you, everybody. Is there any questions for anything upcoming or um, I'm being told I'm being told uh, Sebastian's name and questions trying. I won't answer questions about Sebastian tonight, guys. It's just there's so much stuff going on there, so much stuff going on there, and it's just pouring out in all these crazy ways. Um, Probably 8 o'clock, Tammy. I'm trying to get done earlier, um, in a way to where I'm not, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So Tuesday, live members. Um, we do our card pull. We do our one-on-one. Whoever comes through for. I usually try to pick a person, but if spirit picks a person, I try to stay away from the same people because it gives a free chance, a fair chance of others to come through. I'm probably going to. I know a roundabout way of some that I've read a lot for. Some people get more than others because spirit will just chime in. I'm going to pick 2 people to channel specifically Tuesday. So I'm going to be looking at the members perks, and I'm going to be picking 2 people from that list that haven't been read for yet. Elaine said, "Be interesting to hear from my ex." Okay, any questions for me, guys, ladies? Any questions? Any questions? That's okay. All right, everybody, I'm going to close it down. I will see members Tuesday. Thank you, everybody. You as well. I will see the members Tuesday. I will, let's see, get a live done for here, us, to Tuesday. Tuesday is our live for the members. and then probably Saturday for us, because I try to give it some days in between so it doesn't give us, such a drowning out session of tiredness, because it can be a lot to stay awake during a live, especially as long as I do them. Okay. All right, everybody. I will see the members perks on Tuesday. Okay. And Saturday, I will see us, this group, everybody together. I'm going to try to stick to 8 p.m. It's just an earlier time. It's an hour prior to, but I think, and then I'm going to be switching up my lives. I won't be doing them on the weekends anymore. I'll be doing them more during the week. Thank you, guys. All right, my loves, have a great night. Okay. Thank you for coming, and I will see you all, guys. I will see you all Tuesday.